Are we live?
Earth,
Are we
Earth,
live though, or is it a lie?
Earth, Earth jams, Earth Day.
Yo, shout
Planet.
out to all the people watching the archive, right? Because that's the only people who see it now. Because we're not really on Twitch yet. So shout out to everybody. This is a special
Shout out
day
to
here
archive.
on Schmoozing. It's Earth Day 2021, and it is also the impact of WTF on the planet Earth, forming the World Transformation Force, our new album. We're celebrating today with a whole series of Twitch streams starting here on Lost Resort TV with Schmoozing with Soul Clap. This is Schmoozing with Soul Clap, after all.
What's up?
See, we're live now on Twitch too, so that's a good sign.
What's up, Twitch? What up, Twitch?
And yeah, so we're excited. It's a big celebration today.
It's been a
How you
long
feeling,
time coming. It's been a long time. We've been working on this album for it's been 2 years. Well, it's been done for a long time, to be fair.
Yeah.
And then this thing happened. It's called pandemic.
What's it called?
It's called the pandemic.
A pandemic.
Pushed everything back. But you know what? It's all good because an interesting side effect of trying to release music in a pandemic is that sometimes I would say, Eli, pretty much most of our albums felt like under the gun, you know? This date was coming. And at some points in time, we had to make maybe a little bit more rushed decisions. This time, we really got a chance to marinate on everything. And there was a certain I don't know, privilege. Maybe that's the word. Maybe it's luxury of being able to really sit there and let things marinate. So I'm grateful for that because it felt like way more about the overall concept and the art and the music, telling a story. So
yeah, we had time to really hone in the story. We had time to really hone in the message, time to hone in the artwork, to get the mix downs of the tracks perfect, to get the mastering of the track perfect. We talked about all this with Lee Curtis and with Phil Moffa a couple weeks ago, but it was really important through this process. And also, found a great label to release on, Fool's Gold Records, where we're going to be continuing this release party later this evening.
No doubt.
So yeah, it's all, I think we've talked about this before on the show too, but this time for reflection and rethinking priorities and being intentional that's come from not being on tour all the time is really an incredible thing that we're very thankful for. So
amen.
But we got a packed show today. We got Anton Simon. He's a climate scientist, National Geographic contributor. He's my professor last semester at Bard, Center for Environmental Policy. Really excited to talk to him. Finally get to get deep on climate science here.
Oh yeah.
On the show. Something we've touched on but haven't had a chance to get deep on. So get your questions ready, chat room. If you got any burning questions about climate science, about the climate, about climate change.
My girlfriend Natasha, she's a member of the Cloud Appreciation Society. So maybe I should pull her in here to ask some questions.
Yeah, I love it. About clouds. When we talking about clouds.
We also got clouds. Why
are
clouds?
they cloudy?
Why are they so cloudy?
We also got Tadia Taylor joining us, one of the integral managers of the Lost Resort event that we had, voter registration event. The Rave the Vote voter registration event here on Lost Resort last year. She is now working with a organization called Diversify the Stage, which is doing some amazing work on inclusion in the music industry. So it's going to be exciting to talk to her too, and just touch on some of these more political themes that we go into on our WTF World Transformation Force album.
Blap.
And we'll get into that in one sec. But first,
hit it.
This is something special for you.
Schmoozing.
Alone I see
Bamboozle.
Schmoozing.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Schmoozing.
So
Are you ready?
The show's about to start.
yes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is Earth Day. It is Earth Day also. Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day. It's
big
also my
thing.
mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom.
It's Earth Day and Susan's birthday.
In a
Happy
way,
birthday, Susie.
it's all of our mom's birthday because Mother Earth. But
Ooh.
I get double. It's double down for me, which is weird. I wonder if she felt weirded out when they decided to make Earth Day then, because I mean, you know, not to like, yeah, I know you're never supposed to like give people's ages away and stuff, but
Well,
it's
the
my
date-
mom came first, guys.
No, right. The day stays the same, but the date stays the same, but the day changes. Right. It's always on a different day because the date.
Oh, really?
It's always on the 22nd, but
Yes.
sometimes
Unless you
it's
mean
different
Hebrew
days of the week.
calendar Earth Day.
Yeah. So, you know, speaking of Earth Day, there's so much going on. One of those things is that our album came out. A lot of great press for
Woo.
the album, you know, including shout out to Grammy, the Recording Academy,
Oh yeah.
talking about where we are right now. This is right now, happening right now, and so meta we're talking about it. And then, you know, here's a little bit about our collaboration with Finback Beer, that we got into last week.
We thank the Academy.
Back to Love. Okay, we also have this awesome feature over on Beat Portal where we go into depth about everything that inspired us writing this album, about climate change and social justice and all these themes. Forbes did a piece, big shout out to them. That's great. And we also launched our new website.
Dum, da-da-dum.
Scroll up to
Oh.
that top.
Da-dum, da-dum. Can we shout out Bill Kennedy, the photographer, too?
Oh,
who
yeah, man.
did these incredible, well, it's not up here, they're down here. But look, these photos came out so cool. Also on the homepage of our Spotify account, we've got one, and there's a couple others scattered around, but those really worked out well. This is dope. Loving that animation here. You can listen to the whole album and buy right on Bandcamp. Here's pre-ordering the album and the vinyl. Bam. Here's us.
Don't give
at
it all
how
away.
sad
Go
we
to
are
the
about
website
these smoke
and get a
statuses.
bunch and get involved. You know, we got everything. We got everything on there.
Bam. Twitch. There we
so
are.
Also for
Schmoozing.
Earth Day, there's so much happening in the music industry. You know, the music industry has really taken advantage of this time with no touring, which, you know, takes up so much of the energy and time of everybody working in the industry to roll out tons of initiatives. And a lot of them were launched this week. You know, it is Earth Week. And, you know, first and foremost is Earth%, which our close friend and former agent Gully Gavami is very involved with.
Shout out Gully.
Earth%, the idea is music industry folks, artists, agencies, management companies, labels can give a percentage of their fee, commit to give a percentage of their fees or revenue every year to initiatives and organizations dealing with climate change and like creative intersections. So this is really exciting. And it's founded by Brian Eno.
Yes.
Very cool.
Wonderful. And
Very
thank
cool.
you, Gully, because listen, these agents, these managers, they don't have to do this kind of work. You know, she did not have to make that effort, and she did it. And that's huge. Anyone taking time out of their busy schedule to get involved.
Well, I would argue, like I said, that this is happening because their schedules are not busy. There's nothing to book.
Fair enough. I'm just saying that you don't have to go in that direction. If you can just sit around and watch reruns and eat Cheetos, you know.
It's true. And many people
But
did.
instead, Gully went to town and used those resources and connections to the guys like Brian Eno to get involved, and that's very, very good. We're very happy to see that.
So, you know, there's still a lot of work to do with Earth%, and they haven't like announced what the charities are, how everything's going to work. But like, this is just an important idea that I think, you know, it's worth committing, you know, 5%, 10% of our fees to these kind of organizations every year. I mean, like offsetting is a piece of this, and we can get into this more at some point, but it's just not a solution. So, using money to find real solutions to climate change and decarbonizing and reducing carbon footprints is much more important than offsetting what we're producing. So we have to actually reduce and move to zero emissions is the only way we're going to pull this off. And to that tune, Ninja Tune and Beggars Group, two of the biggest label groups in the UK, independent label groups in the UK, have now announced they're going to become carbon negative by 2030, I believe.
Let's do it.
No, not by 2030. The cut emissions by 46% by 2030 at Beggars Group. Ninja Tune carbon neutral by the end of 2021 with a view to becoming 100% carbon negative at the year's end. I don't know what that means, carbon negative. It's like kind of a amorphous term, but
strange.
Hopefully that means, I guess, they're taking more carbon from the atmosphere than they are putting into it. So that,
and is that by aligning yourself with like carbon vacuum?
The problem is if you are offsetting, if you're buying offset credits as part of it, it's not really reaching those goals, right? Like you literally have to really be carbon negative, you literally would have to be taking more carbon out of the atmosphere than you're putting into it, not just like emitting and then buying offset credits that are taking carbon out. So we'll see what that means in the long run. Also, you know what? Let's go back to that initiative. That's related to, I had read about this Impala, which is the European Independent Music Association. They launched a sustainability program last week leading up to Earth Week to encourage labels and the European music industry to decarbonize. So this is part of that. Beggars and Ninja Tune are two flagship labels of that initiative. So then also on the green touring tip, UIMA, which is United Independent Music Agencies Association, has launched a green rider for artists to utilize, which is really cool.
Cool.
Basically, the goals are greening the office, services, food, and transportation. No one-off flights for intercontinental shows, which is something that I think we're basically committing to as well as
See you later.
As Soul Clap. I don't think that's something we really did very much over the years anyway. So I would argue it would be like you want to bump that up to like minimum 3, 4, 5 shows if you're taking an intercontinental flight, minimize flights on short haul trips. So if it's less than 5 hours, you take a train or a van. I think that's a really real commitment that we're also making. Establish routing corridors. I'm not sure what that is, but that goes back to what we talked about last week with efficiency in touring. And
this one seems like such a no-brainer. I can't believe how much time and energy gets wasted zigzag touring.
Yep. And here we go with carbon compensation for tours through Gold Standard VCS certified projects. That is carbon offsetting. So, carbon offsetting is still a big part of all these plans. And look, it does have to be, because as long as we're emitting, we should be looking at offsetting. But it's so important to educate yourself about offsetting and make sure that the offsetting that you are doing is for projects that actually are making meaningful impact and don't have any negative impacts on the communities and the ecosystems where they're being implemented. So it's something that we're going to continue to talk about. I think that it's very opaque how this carbon offsetting system works. And I think one of my goals from coming out of school is to be able to, clearly, concisely explain to people how it works and why it's not the solution to climate change. But that's great. All these organizations are launching initiatives, including the biggest in the world.
Dun, 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 dun.
Don't get me wrong. I don't love them, but Live Nation launched Green Nation with the idea of promoting the sustainable touring. And, here's a really interesting fact that they found in a study that 82% of attendees at live music shows strive to maintain an environmentally sustainable lifestyle. So, this is a business decision, both for the industry, but then also for, artists we need to think about our communities. And if this is what the people who listen to our music and go to our shows want, we need to be as committed to this as the industry as a whole. So,
amen.
But so much exciting stuff happening this Earth Week in the music industry. And
what is that a photo of there?
Right here?
Nope.
Yeah, it's a cool festival.
What is that? That grass looks. Kind of want to roll in that grass.
It's an interesting one to show because how much water do they have to use to water?
Oh, touche. Well, maybe it's like South Florida. It's like moist.
Could be.
So
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's exciting. 2 years ago, 4 years ago, as I started to get more involved with climate action in the music industry, there was none of these conversations happening. Some European festivals were getting into this, but now to see this massive change, even over the last year and a half, since before the pandemic to now, the amount of real action being taken is really encouraging. So
beautiful.
Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day, everybody.
And look, so we have our Bandcamp song of the week. We're going to play one of the songs off the album, but we got Anton in the green room. So I say we bring Anton in, and then we'll do the Bandcamp song of the week in between
Anton?
2 segments.
All right.
Anton, Simon, welcome to Schmoozing.
Welcome. Nice to meet you,
How's everyone? Great to be here.
Great to have you, Anton. So just a quick intro for those just tuning in. Anton Simon is a climate scientist. He's a contributor to National Geographic. He's a tornado chaser. And he was also my professor at Bard Center for Environmental Policy last
We're going to get
semester.
into it. We're going to find out all the nitty gritty. Was Eli a good student?
No. I'm going to show his homework assignments and, all the red ink and everything. Yeah.
Tell us, Anton, did Eli sit with one hand like this with like an earbud listening to drum and bass music during your lectures?
Quite possibly, but the entire course was virtual this year, so I couldn't actually catch him in the act,
It's a lot easier to not pay attention in class with virtual classes. In fact, it's actually much harder to pay attention in class with virtual.
I'm sure. All sorts of distraction. What kind of plant is that hanging behind you? That looks gorgeous. Is that a fern?
That is a Norfolk Island pine. It's about 55 years old. It's pretty amazing.
Wait, what? That's actually a tree.
That's a real life tree. Yeah,
that's a 55-year-old tree inside.
Yeah. And there, in the next room, there are 2 more that are twice the size. They're amazing.
Gorgeous.
And I got them from a professor who's retiring and no longer outgrown his house. So I was like, I'll take it over. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Do you have like fresh, piney air in that room?
It's helping to recycle. It's giving an Earth Day theme. Of course, outside the window, I don't know if you can see that. There's snow on the ground out here.
Oh my God.
Which is kind of crazy because this is upstate New York. Yeah.
Eli doesn't have that snow over at his house. He's got green grass. What's going on with that?
No, it's been snowing. I mean, it's been snowing on and off here all day. It's just not sticking because Anton is up in the mountains, but it's wild to have snow here in the Hudson Valley in later April, right? Anton, what would you say? Does this happen a lot?
Well, last year was crazy. We had 5 snowfalls on our mountain between 15 April and 15 May. I mean, that's not really welcome. You already want spring when you're rolling into May. I can take it up till about this time, but for those interested in this kind of weirdness, Mount Washington, which is the highest peak in the Northeast, up in New Hampshire, it's currently 5 degrees Fahrenheit and winds are gusting 118 miles an hour, blowing snow. So it's pretty weird right now. And we'll be in the 60s on Saturday. So I'll just bounce right back. Yeah.
I grew up skiing, and I know this is like terrible for the environment. I'm learning now because of man-made snow, because of petroleum wax on the bases of skis. And I saw on Shark Tank they've got like a new petroleum-free wax for skis. That's just like for ski nerds out there. But the point is, Mount Washington. I always wanted to do Tuckerman's Ravine, which is like this off-piste tradition. People going and you hike up, and it's pretty extreme for the East. Anyway, that's just reminding me one day to get out there and ski.
Yeah, some of the best skiing there is in April, I think. So,
you ever hit it up?
I don't do that stuff that steep, but I've done backcountry in my day. Yeah, in the Adirondacks mainly, northern New York. Yeah.
Sick.
These days, you're busy chasing tornadoes.
It's a seasonal thing. It does occupy every spring. That's we go on Hajj to the Great Plains of the United States and visit with our great friends, the rotating thunderstorm. Yes.
So I'm going to play this video. This is from Tipton, Kansas on May 28th, 2019. And tell us a little bit about this before I play it.
Sure. This video was compiled by my great friend and colleague, Hank Schema, who's better known on YouTube as Pecos Hank. Hank is a phenomenon. He has 785,000 subscribers to his channel.
Whoa.
He's a professional blues musician. That's sort of his day job, but he's also, you might say, a professional storm chaser. He goes, in fact, around the world these days pursuing storms, and he's a masterful videographer, video producer. And so what you'll see is footage he shot when working with my team. You know, I have a research team. He's part of that team. And he orchestrates the music. You know, he plays the music, everything, and puts together these beautiful presentations on YouTube. But collectively, his videos have now been seen 250 million times. So
What?
he's quite a presence. He's amazing. So why don't you let it roll?
Since 2016, atmospheric scientist Anton Simon has led a 3-vehicle team on a scientific mission to collect
That's my
near-surface wind field data around a powerful tornado. On May 28, 2019, the team succeeded.
No, please. It's gorgeous, though, isn't it?
Yeah, to see something like this in
freaky how
person.
far out in front of that tornado another tornado is. That's something to be mindful of.
Oh my God. It's a great road. It looks like it continues. Roll forward. Okay.
There it is.
Okay, Turtle, we're going to pass you and we'll get to the location on the south side. Copy that.
I'll stay to the north.
You guys are out there.
Yeah, we have to get close to for the research
Time is
purposes, which will be
5:50.
explained. Yeah.
It's going to get big really fast.
It looks like it's making a beeline for which type of position. We're going to relocate a few hundred yards south shortly.
Almost time to roll.
We're in a huge ISD. Notice cars are getting ahead.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. Hang on. Here we go.
Okay, I think we're clear. Copy that. We're turning around.
So we get out the way, turn around, and reposition safely.
Look at that.
And then this is unbelievable what happens.
The local in the pickup is about to drive straight into it.
Shaking the car. Shaking the car. There it is.
Homestead looks like it's going to be taking a direct hit, and I'll check it. I'm sure it's empty.
Close range, picking up debris. There goes the house. There goes the barn. Oh.
Proceeding north, coming in behind Vortex. I'm going to leave the cameras rolling. I'm just going to make a quick run into this barn, make sure everybody's okay.
Copy that. We have some limited first aid supplies.
Oh, for people listening to podcasts, really gotta pop a link somewhere for them to check this out. This is incredible. This thing's sucking the bark right off the trees.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, so check out Pecos Hank. If you just Google that name, you'll quickly find it. It's extraordinary, and his music material is absolutely world class too. It's beautiful.
He's got to put some little blues guitar in those videos, man. You know.
He normally does. This time he was trying to capture a lot of the ambient sound. I mean, if you watch it again, you like when that barn is being the farm is being hit. Turn up the volume, you actually hear the roar of the tornado. It's quite amazing.
Anna Sunbun in the chat is asking if it picked up any cows. And I have to admit, I was kind of waiting for one to come mooing by.
we did, from my perspective, we did see cows running from the tornado, but luckily the tornado missed them. We don't wish them ill.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. But
wow.
So a couple of things to notice there. I mean, it's a research operation. We're trying to get our vehicles positioned in a strategic way that we can film in high resolution from different angles. Then afterwards, we can try to reconstruct the wind field of that tornado at the surface. Now, in order to do this isn't the sort of hooping and hollering stuff you see a lot on YouTube with people like screaming, tornadoes is 10 feet from me and all this kind of stuff. We actually have to be incredibly controlled, very calm. And, the situational awareness we need to maintain it's a very intense situation. And I won't pretend that we don't love every minute of it. It's really exciting.
I'm sure.
But there is other stuff going on there, and of course it's very sobering. That farm was pretty severely damaged. You don't like to see anything like that. Yeah, but we were subsequently in touch with the farm owner. We finished our imagery to them for their insurance purposes and anything else, and they seem to come out okay, which is good to know.
Thank heavens. Did you get a chance to see the aftermath of their farm and whatever they were maybe submitting to the insurance adjuster?
A private pilot overflew the farm shortly afterwards and snapped some shots, and we tracked this person down, and we got those images, which is really great as well for our purposes to actually see where everything was. But we had to then continue on, and after we checked on the status of the farm, we made sure that everyone was safe. Then we continued on pursuing the tornado. Yeah.
Ugh.
So tell us a little bit about how tornadoes form and what was the information you were trying to get and what were you trying to learn from this information you were taking down?
Yeah, the basic mechanics of a tornado are fairly well understood these days, but one of the most important aspects as far as humanity is concerned is the nature of the wind field right at the very surface, where you see all that swirling debris getting picked up and all those dynamics going on. That's the hardest place for us to measure. If you took a conventional weather station, like the one in my garden out the window, they're not engineered to actually survive a tornado. You pick up debris, you pick up tree branches, God knows what, 2x4s, you propel them at 150 to 250 miles an hour. They destroy absolutely anything they hit. That includes the instruments that we try to, put in the way or have on the ground. So we have to rely on other methods to try to sample, to try to investigate what that wind field is actually doing. Now, the primary means for the last 30 years or so has been taking ever more sophisticated radars close to the tornadoes. You actually drive a radar on the back of a truck, try to get it close to a tornado, scan the storm, and that's a relatively safe way. The radars, it's using remote sensing. It sends out a signal bounces back. And from that, they can derive all sorts of measurements. Works fantastically well, except at the surface. Where does it count for humans? At the surface. So that's the conundrum we have, right? Why doesn't a radar work at the surface? It's because you take that radar beam and you bring it right down close to Earth's surface. Solid objects on the ground block the beam and interfere it and break it up, basically. Now, so the radar tells us all sorts of great detail about what's going on above the surface, but where it really counts for humanity, we say the lowest 10 meters, about 33 feet. That is where it's actually hardest to measure. So we're using actually a very old technique, which is imagery. if you're running, in the old days it was done with film cameras back in the 1950s with some pioneering studies. All right, that look at just frame by frame action captured on a cine film, and then you can sort of reconstruct motions frame by frame as things sort of jump across the screen and these steps. Well, the video we have right now is incredible. Even your iPhone has 4K video capability these days. 4K video sees a lot. It's capturing leaves and dust and all kinds of things, very fine scale stuff that if you've got good software and a good screen, you can track these things. And that is what gets very useful. Now, of course, one camera just tells you sort of this two-dimensional picture. We have two or more cameras with angles. You can triangulate. You can use some basic geometry and get some computer software that can help you reconstruct. Then you can actually start, tracking things in 3 dimensions. Now, a really cool thing happens with the tornado at the surface. Mostly, when you look at these tornado videos, you'll see there are 2 types of motion. There's this obvious sort of big spiral going inwards. Air is getting sucked in. You see things getting drawn across the surface. But then right as it gets to the tornado funnel itself, that big sort of V-shaped thing hanging from the sky, then the second thing happens. It yanks upwards in what you call the corner region. So you have a spiraling flow, the things going around, but relatively horizontally. But right where it twists upwards, that is the most dynamic area for doing damage. That's what pulls roofs off. It can throw a pickup truck hundreds of feet in the air. We see this. We've got this sort of video. So what we're trying to measure, derive, is that 3-dimensional wind field, and we're deriving it by tracking the particle motions, the visible objects we can see. And then if you can reconstruct it, then you can start, if you know the distance, you know exactly where your camera was, and we're recording all this information all the time. This then allows you to establish how fast things are moving and their exact pathways they're taking, not just the left to right motion, but the true motion that they take across a landscape, and then the component that yanks upwards and so on. So this is one of various projects that I'm involved in, but it's absolutely fascinating, very challenging, and to actually get in a position like that to visually see a tornado with high contrast, it's well backlit, so we can track these things. That takes years and years of experience, and our team has got great experience. So there's a reason I've got gray hair. I've been doing this for a long time.
Oh, I hope fast vehicles as well.
No, I use Dodge minivan, the most unsexy vehicle on the road, the soccer mobile.
I love a minivan. I'm not gonna lie.
So, the idea that we're, it's like Road Warrior with souped up jalopies, going along with, superchargers, anything but. We need something safe and reliable. 4-wheel drive's a plus, and which I don't have. I'm glad my companions do have 4-wheel drive, because on roads that can be terribly muddy, and it's easy to get bogged down.
Get stuck.
Yeah. But I mean, whenever I see a tricked out vehicle that's got all the fancy logos and it's all souped up, I'm a little skeptical, because a lot of the real work gets done very everyday,
unglamorously,
stuff. Yeah.
And so you basically you go out there every year, and you don't always get you don't always encounter tornadoes that you can actually measure, or you can actually
film. I mean, again, the impression one might get by like viewing YouTube or documentaries on TV is that every time we go out, we score something fantastic. It's anything but. If we're doing really well, maybe 1 in 5 days we'll get a good catch. Okay, more typically it's like 1 in 10 days. So in the full season, I mean, it's highly variable. So, I'll be going out in May with my team, and we'll stay on the road for probably 4 weeks, and we'll be very happy if we have a few good days in that time.
So, you guys are like the paparazzi.
Trying to get the shot. Yeah. You don't know what you're going to get.
So hurricanes are I mean, a weather phenomenon, basically. And you're also, a climate scientist. So I think, this basic idea, right, that climate is patterns of weather over time. Are you seeing now changes in how hurricanes are forming, how often, how intense they are? Is this something that climate change is influencing that you're seeing?
Okay, well, we're jumping here from tornadoes to hurricanes, but I can answer for both because they're both equally relevant. The tornado is what you just saw in the video. It's
Right.
this very focused, very localized phenomenon. The hurricane
This is not so climate's not going to influence tornadoes. That's basically going to be
that's an open question. As you warm the atmosphere, you change its the energy properties of that atmosphere. There's could have conflicting information because on one hand, a warmer atmosphere is more volatile. There's more potential energy stored that could be then released in a tornado. At the same time, we actually find that hot days don't make big tornadoes. Hot days actually almost disallow tornadoes. So a warming climate is not necessarily going to favor bigger tornadoes, more tornadoes, anything like that. It's really the question is how that changing climate is going to affect the weather systems that bring tornadic conditions. Will the frequency of those weather systems change? That's an open question right now. We haven't really resolved it. Right? So far, we don't see compelling trends with tornadoes that they are necessarily getting more severe or more frequent. If anything, it seems to be sort of trending towards slightly less severe. Now, hurricanes isn't something altogether different. A hurricane is a big heat engine that very much is far more intimately involved with those energetic properties of the atmosphere. So if you warm the atmosphere, and especially if you warm the oceans, the ocean waters that drive, that's where the energy source for a hurricane is, you can absolutely see a response. And we are seeing several very well-defined trends right now. One of the most alarming one is the rate that hurricanes intensify. They are intensifying routinely at rates we've never seen before. This week, it just happened again.
Oh, gosh, here we go.
Yeah, in the month of April, we've never seen a storm like this. This one that it was a Pacific typhoon, which is a hurricane over the Western Pacific. This is about the 5th strongest storm ever recorded anywhere on planet Earth, as far as storms are concerned. And it's occurring in the month of April. This is not meant to happen in the springtime months. This is something that happens, August, September, October in the Northern Hemisphere is the big season. Here we had a storm, and what's more, it went from Category 2 to high-end Category 5 in 36 hours. This kind of behavior was not seen until recently, and it just keeps happening again and again and again. So this is quite symptomatic of the warming climate. It's something that, computer models tell you this is the kind of thing to look out for, and absolutely the observations are showing, yes, this is happening.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved down here to South Florida now. It's been coming up on 3 years, and it's very real. We outfitted the house with hurricane protection. There's this AstroGuard is this material that's supposed to be ballistic tested material, where basically the idea is, okay, if something strikes your window, maybe it'll shatter your glass, but the water and the winds won't get in.
How far are you from the beachfront?
I'm in Miami, so I'm not on Miami Beach. Okay. I'm on the other side of Biscayne Bay. So there's some protection there. And actually, we're one of the only, if you're looking at a topographical map, we're the only elevated area, and I'm talking about 7 feet or something above sea level, but it's making a big difference. For flood zones in our neighborhood, we got 96 inches of rain last year. And a lot of the streets are getting flooded out here. But
all right. Well, you see, you're meteorologically astute, which is great. You're actually thinking about these things.
Oh yeah.
That's great.
I wanted to bring in something we talked about a lot in class last semester. We were basically just looking at the National Hurricane Center in the U.S., NOAA, as part of NOAA. And they basically have a map where you can go and look. Anybody can go and look at active tropical storms and hurricanes. Mm-hmm. And they actually have an archive. I just found. So I've actually gone and found November 8th, 2020 at 7 p.m. This is when Hurricane Eta was actually right by Miami, and I think that was a big threat to Miami at that time, right?
Yeah, I think it passed to the south.
Yeah, that was scary.
Yeah. No, if you really want Charlotte to get agitated, go all the way back to 1992 for Hurricane Andrew.
Oh my God!
Yeah. That was very terrible.
Terrible. How far we can go? You can go back pretty far here. Look at this. This is
NOAA is an incredible resource. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the taxpayer gets a lot of bang for their buck from what NOAA provides. It's an incredibly transparent organization. What they've got, they put online. It's amazing. Fantastic resource. And so for tracking things in real time, this is the place to go. This is where I go. Every meteorologist goes. You know, there are other sorts, other websites that give us different types of information. But this is kind of the starting point at 7 o'clock in the morning during hurricane season. That's what I'm opening up each day.
Woof.
And so basically, it shows you active storms as well as here's a post tropical cyclone or remnants with gamma at this point. And then it gives you this data as well as to what the storm's wind speed is, the pressure. And what can you really learn from looking at the wind speed and the pressure of one of these storms? Or, when they show you, I'm going to try to find one that has one of these, and it's not like here. This is a potential disturbance here. What can we learn from looking at this?
Yeah. So what they're giving you is a sense of guidance. It's what their interpretation, and they being expert hurricane forecasters. This is what people, these people do this professionally. They've all got high degrees and they've gone through the academic training, but mostly the most valuable skill they've got is just years and years of experience tracking storms like this and really understanding them. And what these websites are about, when you browse your mouse over there and you get that pop-up window, it's telling you their interpretation, which is framed by both a combination of that experience I talked about, and then very heavily by what all these computer models are showing for the storms. We've got computer models these days that very explicitly map out the wind field of a storm every hour, going out for 5 days, 10 days even. As you go further out into the future, the odds of it being correct, drop to zero. But we've got real skill out at least 5 days now. We can actually tell a lot about where a storm's going to go, and something about how intense it will be when it gets there. We're not nearly as good on forecasting the intensity fluctuations as we are on the track of the storm. There are various reasons for that. But it's pretty amazing what the skill is. And the thing is, if you keep, checking the National Hurricane Center website, every 6 hours, there's an update. They will actually, plot the new position based on satellite measurements, or, they fly these reconnaissance aircraft, actually, which are, instrumented laboratories that fly into the storms. Very fortified aircraft. We get these very accurate measurements, so we actually know the state of the creature. It's sort of like taking an MRI every six hours of a hurricane, and then we've got that information. And then the trend, every few hours, if you're seeing the trend, and you can see if it's strengthening or weakening, if it's expanding or contracting, all sorts of information like this.
Wow! Did you ever get a chance to fly in one of those aircraft or fly into a hurricane?
I haven't flown into a hurricane, but I've flown the Hurricane Hunter aircraft many times. I had good fortune to fly projects looking at winter storms.
Oh, wow.
And what the crews told me is that the winter storms tend to be rougher than than the hurricanes, which tells me, a hurricane would be just fine, because the winter storms were horrifically rough. Yeah. But it's incredible. And the crew, these guys are pretty amazing. They're just sort of,
what a job.
Yeah. It's a very interesting thing. They typically are military or ex-military folks, and they love to be up there. And then there are also the scientists who specialize in going on these planes, and they are they've got stories. It's a pretty amazing.
Sure.
So I wanted to I'm going to drop the link here to the NOAA site. I mean, right now, obviously, it's not hurricane season, so there's not a lot of tropical disturbances, but it's really was interesting for me to keep looking back. And then as I talked to Charlie, being in Miami, tracking these storms more, is it going to hit us? Is it not? And then being able to actually see what they were predicting was really interesting.
Well, here's the weird part, Eli. Hurricane season traditionally runs, it's declared it starts on the 1st of June, because, historically that's when things first start getting active, and runs, say, through October. Well, there's a debate going on. Should they actually redefine what hurricane season is? They want to use the start date to the 1st of May, we're talking that's next week. Now that would be crazy. When 30 years ago, there were no storms that early in the season. What we're seeing now is almost every year in May there's a storm. That is global warming. That is climate change actually being manifest and having an impact. We're seeing this. So if the very definition of what we consider to be hurricane season is something that needs to be flexible right now, because we are seeing these changes. Last year was the most active season on record, which is unbelievable. And this year's the current indications are another very, very active season. So kind of daunting to think about it, because how many more hits can Louisiana, Lake Charles, Louisiana suffer, or the Florida Panhandle, or Puerto Rico, which is
Southeast Texas keeps getting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, especially Puerto Rico, man. My goodness, this region is just battered.
Yeah,
it's
really hard, and unlike a tornado, which has a very defined, very narrow track, relatively speaking, a hurricane, of course, takes the entire island of Puerto Rico can be devastated all at once. All of South Florida, very huge regions can, suffer the consequences of these enormous storms. So it's very sobering. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, what can we do to try, other than tracking these storms and getting better at knowing when they're going to hit and preparing better at this point? Is there anything we can really do with climate change continuing to exacerbate the problem?
Well, one thing is we can stop and putting so much money into coastlines, building infrastructure on coastlines. It's just a bad idea. I mean, it's never been a great idea, but now, the insurance companies are responding. It's getting harder and harder to insure your summer house on the coast, that kind of thing. And not all coastlines, coastline of California is not prone to this type of devastation. They're protected by relatively cold ocean waters. Hurricanes need warm ocean water to survive. But certainly anywhere from about Cape Cod in Massachusetts all the way down to South Texas, that entire, multi-thousand-mile coastline is prone to devastating hurricanes. And one has to expect that the frequency and the intensity of severe storms at any point along the coastline is already increasing and poised to further increase significantly. So building expensive infrastructure is just, it's a fool's errand. It will be destroyed. It's just a question.
What about architectural innovation? I remember we've spent a fair amount of time in Japan, and I learned a little bit just watching TV about stuff they were doing to retrofit houses to protect against earthquakes. Is there something
great question
for hurricane?
Well, if you or any of your listeners have been to Bermuda, you'll see a place that's resistant to hurricanes. And Bermuda gets mauled every few years. A big hurricane steamrolls over them. You should see the roofs on structures there. They are these big cement things. And guess what? Hurricanes move over Bermuda and life resumes the next day. There may be some power lines down there.
What should we Google? I'll try to pull something up. We can get a visual.
Yeah, you can see this. But this type of thing is really interesting. They've got building codes that are actually adapted for the reality that they get major hurricanes there. Now, in contrast, we've got a lot of poor people, as well near coastlines and trailer parks and that kind of thing. And that's, they're so prone to destruction. And society, we don't do a good job at protecting those people by having the kind of building codes that really help them come out more positively through this type of negative experience. The same applies for tornadoes. We can engineer structures to be more resilient. There's a certain subset of tornadoes which are so big and strong, they will just destroy almost any structure. But they're very, very rare, in truth. 98% of tornadoes are nothing like that. They are quite survivable. But some of those weaker tornadoes still cause a lot of havoc, mortality, and damage because we haven't really engineered things that well. So, it can be expensive to engineer things, and I'm aware of that. But, when society has a will and there's a political will to do something right, it's like cars with airbags. It's expensive to put an airbag in a car, but you can't buy a car these days without an airbag because the truth is we now recognize we need them. But it's funny how there's that long lag, when we know something's a good idea, but we don't necessarily act on it for a long time as a society.
Check this guy out. This says this is what I found: affordable hurricane resistant house, and yet he's got his Ferrari parked in the garage.
It's an affordable Ferrari. Don't worry.
But what's going on here? This is a heavy roof structure that maybe won't get. Is that what the idea is? Sort of.
The strange thing to me is they're doing something that I would not think is a good design, which are those big eaves that you just showed, big oven, because wind can get under that, and then that in there, you see, especially on the left side, if wind was to blow directly inward, that would tend to want to sort of loft that wind and sort of pop that roof off the structure.
Right.
Now, of course, they can, through brute force, you can make it resistant, but obviously they've done something to make it special.
Going back to what you were saying about building codes and insurance, and this is all very politically motivated situations, because at this point a lot of states are subsidizing insurance in these flood prone, hurricane prone, disaster prone areas. But unfortunately, politically, it's very hard for politicians to change the system, because if they say, well, we're going to get rid of the state funded insurance in these areas that private insurance companies won't pay for, won't let you get insurance, then the people who live there will be very upset. So we have this very difficult situation that even if private insurance isn't offering these insurance policies, the states are doing this. In California too, with the wildfires, we're also seeing this because just politically it's really hard. And then also to talk about the building codes, I mean, this is a great way that we see that there can be movement on improving structures, on not building in floodplains, and not allowing building in areas that may be in harm's way. And this is something that maybe is less of a political influence. Obviously maybe builders and developers are going to be pushing to have looser building codes, but the average person doesn't think about building codes. If you're not building anything, you don't even think about it. So these are ways that I think that there could be a potential for change on a more local level, in order to be more resilient to climate change. And I think I'm actually learning this semester in one of my classes about, climate smart communities and local municipalities and local counties actually, looking into enacting a lot more of these policies for local resiliency via building codes, via zoning ordinances, which I think can actually make a big impact. And if it's framed right, people can get behind.
You're already onto something here, and it highlights that the science can be clear, that the science can tell us what we should do, but political will is an extremely elusive phenomenon. That's far more challenging, So as a scientist, I'm very happy to work on the scientific side of things, feed information to people who can take that action. But my God, I feel very poorly equipped to actually help enact any real policy like that. That's a role of people who you really need to have those skills. And you've also got to recognize that two things which are not very friendly towards, real progress in this regard are capitalism and democracy. Because you have to ask people to sort of vote against their self-interest in the sense of think, oh, it'll cost more. I'm not interested. I don't want to know about that. But again, think about airbags and vehicles. Right now what would happen if we put vehicles on the markets that didn't have airbags? People would buy them. Absolutely. But look who would buy them. It's people who, for whom it's a real reach to actually buy a car. And so they would be made registered as being vulnerable. We're not willing to tolerate that. We agree that that's wrong, right? But why are we agreeable to letting people live in substandard housing where they may well become victims of some catastrophic event like this? Yeah. I
mean, speaking of political will, I read this article a few weeks ago in the New York Times that, Miami is just saying, we can adapt. It's not a problem. We've got a plan.
Roll down to Walgreens and get yourself pool floaty.
Upbeat strategy that by 2060, even though there's 2 feet or more of sea level rise predicted by 2060, Dade County's got it under control.
No, they don't.
Which is delusional. Yes. I mean, one of the most insidious things is what we call saltwater penetration, where as the sea level rises, all right, what's under Miami is porous. It's effectively beach sand, right? The city's, this isn't solid rock and all that. So the water tables are, of course, very high. Well, as long as you have, tons and tons of rainfall going on, you can get a net flux. You maintain fresh water inland and salt water on the coast, and it won't penetrate inland. But as sea level rises, you increasingly get this percolation coming in through the beach, the beach sand, effectively. And over time, that starts fouling up your drinking water and everything else. And not just that, do you really want to raise the water table 2 more feet closer to the surface? I mean, structures will start, they'll be built on the sloppy, loose substrate, and it gets harder and harder to really secure, put a foundation, when, the water levels are so high. So the city of Miami can do all sorts of adaptation. They can enact legislation that things have to be built according to certain codes. But what they can't stop is that sea level rise, because that's a global phenomenon. And what that sea level rise is going to do is way beyond their control. And ultimately, I think the city of Miami is really effectively living on borrowed time because of this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much time. Maybe it's 30 years. Maybe it's 70 years. But Charlie, don't hang on to your house too long, okay?
Sell. Gotta sell. What's going on right now?
Actually, there's I actually did. I was looking at the floodplains, and there are some areas more like inland Miami, not too far from where Miami Beach is, that are not in the floodplain in 50 years.
Yeah, 7 feet above sea level is, your house should be valued twice as highly, twice as much money as one that's sitting 2 feet above sea level right now.
It's true. And that was sort of the long game here with me and my girlfriend, is that we're future bayfront property.
Yeah, that's that other thing. I mean, city of Houston's had to deal with this very directly, because every 3 years they have another 1 in 500 year flood, which is kind of a bit of a joke right now. But so many areas of the city that they actually thought were relatively safe are now prone to flooding. They recognize, because the floods of today are so much greater in magnitude than the floods of yesteryear.
It's also, it brings up equity issues too, because these areas that are higher and that are safer and less prone to damage from climate events are prices are going up in these areas, and people who live there who are poor can't afford to live there anymore, because people who are paying attention and have money are trying to move into these areas. So it's going to create a lot of problems as the sea level rises, and there's less and less non-gentrified areas for poor people to live. We're almost done with our segment with you, Anton. This went by so fast, and there's so many things we didn't get to cover. So
sure,
I hope we can do this again. I do want to just briefly talk, and I know it's not the briefest subject, but let's just tease people for next time and talk about geoengineering. This is something that recently has been in the news a lot.
Whoa, is that a volcanic eruption?
That is a volcanic eruption.
Whoa.
And something we talked about a lot in class last semester is this idea of geoengineering, which is basically either creating methods for using science and engineering to capture carbon from the atmosphere and actually take it out of the atmosphere. Or I think the more controversial side of it is to find ways to lower the temperature by changing different characteristics of the atmosphere. And that's what's come up here in this New York Times article. So why don't you tell us a little more about this, Anton?
Sure. What this article is highlighting is one of several strategies that's been proposed to try to counter global climate change. Now, most of what we're used to is talk about, slowing emissions or stopping emissions, from present day levels. Recognizing that, the patient is ill and then trying to address those symptoms. Well, this is something different. This is about actually trying to stop climate change by reversing it. Okay? Now, who wouldn't want that? That sounds fantastic. So we've got these technologies and these strategies, and the one thing to do is to mimic what volcanoes do naturally. When we have a giant volcanic eruption, I think this is Sophia Hills in St. Vincent last week, incredible site. But But, most notably, like there was the eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines back in the early 1990s. So much dust, volcanic ash material is injected very high in the atmosphere that then spreads horizontally. It spreads basically as a thin dust cloud all around the world. It blocks some of the sunlight that is coming in. Of course, sunlight is the ultimate source of heat, in the atmosphere. And for about a 2-year period, there was a noticeable cooling on planet Earth. Temperatures were lower than they would have been because there was this veil of dust up there. Well, groups of scientists said, could humans do what nature does naturally with a volcano? The problem with the volcano is the eruption is temporary. There's an eruption, the dust cloud spreads, then the volcano goes dormant again. And then over time, the dust slowly settles back down through the atmosphere and you lose that cooling effect. So the idea behind this form of geoengineering, you think about earth engineering, is what if we try to mimic what volcanoes do by artificially putting dust particulates high in the atmosphere in a very controlled fashion, very regular fashion, not just sort of one big pulse, but relatively continually. Could we actually essentially adjust Earth's thermostat? We could control things, turn the knob down. Now, of course, if we were to do that, well then, problem solved. We don't need to worry about things like, driving giant SUVs that get 14 miles a gallon because, hey, we can turn down the thermostat, right? That's not good practice either, right? Well, there's huge problems with these so-called solutions. Now, this thermostat idea with, using dust to block sunlight, that's called solar radiation management. That's just one out of about 6 or 7 major ideas that are being proposed right now, and some of them are being tested in varying degrees of advancement right now. What we don't know is all the things that may happen that we don't necessarily want to happen. So as you put all that dust up high in the atmosphere, what then happens? That dust has other effects. The root behind every raindrop and every snowflake is a little speck of dust, what we call an aerosol. What happens if you greatly increase the quantity of particulates in the atmosphere? What does that do to the the microphysics that's responsible for rain and snow? Do we get more? Do we get less? Do we get floods? Do we get droughts? And so the only way you can test, of course, are real-world experiments, which are terrifying because what if they go run amok?
Oh yeah.
Or we use these very, very powerful computer models, what we call Earth system models, to try to replicate what the Earth system does, and then we'll perturb that model. We'll run it twice. So let's say we'll run it once where you introduce the intervention. In this case, we put the dust veil all over the planet, see what the world looks like, as you move forward in time, or we don't, and we run that same model, both with and without the intervention. Then you compare and contrast the results that you get. Well, do you really want to map out the future of planet Earth and humanity? And it's appropriate to talk about this on Earth Day, based on what computer models are telling us may or may not happen. I don't think so. Right? We certainly don't want to have to do the actual experiment in nature and then discover that it was a terrible idea. There's this movie called Snowpiercer out there that some of you may have seen. The premise of the movie is the movie starts off with this world that's frozen. It's icebox Earth. And Earth got in this condition because of exactly what this New York Times article is talking about. Mm-hmm. They tried to do reverse climate change and instead resulted in icebox Earth. So it's an interesting thing. It's really worth reading up on this topic because it's going to be front and center in climate change discussions, global climate policy, very much from here on. And there's some very powerful forces and very well-moneyed forces who really want to see this happen. They stand to make billions of dollars. Well, again, this is something where capitalism can be a very distorting effect.
What a motivation. Just, one lifetime worth of obscene wealth in exchange for the future of the planet.
I mean, doesn't it sound great? Imagine if we could turn down Earth's thermostat. Who wouldn't want that?
Yeah.
The thing is, you have to understand that this is all crazy untested stuff, and a lot of the technologies have yet to really be developed. These are ideas that are incredibly seductive, but maybe among the most dangerous that we've ever come up with.
Yeah, I think, I mean, there's the big danger with geoengineering, and also, we didn't really get to touch on carbon offsetting, which someone had asked us to talk about, but is this idea that you mentioned that, look, if we can just offset, if we can just turn down the temperature with science, then we don't need to change our consumption habits. But I think, as you learn about this, the reality is that we need to change our consumption habits. And even if we do, we may need geoengineering, and we may need other ways of getting carbon out of the atmosphere or turning down the temperature, because it may be that we've gone too far already with our consumption of fossil fuels. So it's got to be everything. We've got to explore everything in order to see how we're going to survive.
I agree.
Anton, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks,
This has been
Appreciate
really great. And yeah, we'd love to have you again in the future if you're down.
Oh, fantastic! And congrats on the album release. I've yet to tune in, but I'll try to catch it. Thank you.
I'll drop you a link.
Awesome.
Appreciate it very much. All right.
Thank
Take
you.
care, everyone.
Take care. He's cool, man.
I'm so glad we finally had him on the show. He's been talking about it for so long, and we made it happen.
I think you were excited to bring him in. We forgot to do the Bandcamp song of the week.
Well, I was saying that, he was ready. I was excited. I didn't want to make him wait. He's my professor, So I think let's bring in Tadia. Let's say hi, and then we can listen to it together. How's that?
Okay.
Tadia, what's up?
Hi, guys.
What's going on? Welcome to Schmoozing.
Thank you. Good to see you. Happy to be here.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Happy Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day. Most importantly, Happy Earth Day.
So we do every week. We do our Bandcamp song of the week, and we haven't gotten to do it yet. So I thought it'd be cool. We can listen together and have a little hanging and listening party.
Little window dance.
Yeah.
All about the dance.
So the way we released our album, we released a series of EPs. Leading up to the full album release today. And there's 3 of the tracks that were not released before, one of which is Come to Me, featuring Lori Lava and Shalor, which is our second collaboration with Shalor. And really exciting. I mean, this has ended up being one of my favorite tracks on the album. It took a while to finish this one. This is one that we actually started before the whole album process began.
That's right.
So this is really exciting to finally have out. And it's, really, for me, captures the deep house spirit from the early 2000s that we loved so much. So
hit it. Oh wait, don't you? Let's do the.
Oh yeah, I'm messing up. I'm messing up. I'm a bad producer.
Hit it.
The Bandcamp Song of the Week.
That's it.
You don't hear me, I call you, baby. You don't hear me, I call you, baby. close your eyes and you will hear me calling you in my mind. Slowly, slowly, can you hear me calling you? Come to me, to me, to me, to me, to me, to me, to me. Come to me, to me, to me, to me, to me.
Oh, yeah. Extended for the DJs. Yes.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that extended outro. It's like just that drum work. Man.
No doubt. Got to shout out so many people on that track. Mikey Tello, our partner in production on that one. Yeah. Mikey Tello, Pillow Talk. Let's see. Morgan Wiley on keys. And also some SH101 bass vibrations. Chaz Bronze on guitar. Lori Lava of Shalor, vocalist. Her daughter Ashanti, backup vocals. Who else is Kaito playing hand percussion on that, or is that Mikey's hand percussion on that?
That was Mikey's hand percussion.
It took
Virtual
a village.
hand percussion.
It took a village.
Right? And you forgot Chaz Bronze on guitar. Did you say Chaz
I
Bronze?
said Chaz Bronze.
Okay, Chaz Bronze.
Shouting them out.
Yes.
So that's it. FSQ.
Yeah.
Who's playing guitar? Your bandmate.
Yeah. So Tadia, so great to have you here on the show. Thanks for bearing with us for our little Bandcamp song of the week. Get down.
Always down for a get down.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank
I found out your birthday was
you.
yesterday.
Happy
So
birthday.
Thank you.
everybody wish Tadia a happy day after her
Feliz
birthday.
cumple.
So yeah, Tadia, we first met at Dirty Bird Camp Out East.
This is true.
And you know, since then have had the pleasure of getting to cross paths more often recently with the Rave the Vote initiative, and now having you on Schmoozing. But I just wanted to start like a little bit about, you know, it's so rare to see people of color, Black women especially, working at music festivals and dance music festivals especially. So I wanted to talk a little bit about your experience, you know, in dance music, and then ending up being working in the industry, because I think people don't necessarily, they think that like working in the dance music industry maybe is, oh, you get to be a DJ, or oh, you get to make music, or oh, you get to maybe you get to be you're going to be an agent or something. But like there's so many other jobs in this industry that are often kind of overlooked and I think equally important in the big scheme of making things happen.
Yeah, you know, well, it's funny. I feel like many people have the path of, I came into the industry as an artist, as a performer, and trying to survive in LA. I definitely had to do different kinds of things, different kinds of work to pay the bills. And I started working in production. I worked in film and television production, focused mostly on commercials and music videos, and really fell in love with putting the pieces of something together, and really kind of, you know, all the things and different departments of people that it took to bring something to life. And after doing that for a few years, I found that something was missing. You know, music has always been a love of mine. I moved to LA. I was singing. I was doing like backing vocals for drum and bass tracks, and singing with a couple of reggae bands. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Pump the brakes.
Yeah, what? Tell us about this past life.
We love drum and bass, vocal drum and bass, and jungle records. Is there something we need to like? Do we need to hear one of these?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to do some digging to find them, but I came out.
I could do some digging.
You're like, I'm gonna find.
I got
them.
fingers.
I did a show. I came out with the Tech Dubs. We did a show at the House of Blues in Hollywood, in West Hollywood.
Yo.
And it was me, Infiltrata, who's now 12th Planet, Photech, Messinian, who's the MC for Planet of the Drums.
What?
I think Armani Rain was out there with us, and I was singing with Messi, and I did a track with Infiltrata. I did a couple tracks back in the day with like some of the Planet of the Drum guys too.
Yo.
So yeah, I did a little bit here and there, but I did end up making this transition and realizing that, you know, while I love music and I love performing it, like I actually really, I mean, I have equal love for both, but I found my passion working behind the scenes as opposed to in the front of the scenes. And I was working as Marcus Wyatt's assistant, actually, kind of helping him out with all of his merch and helping out with all the deep stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we produced tree parties, and I met a young woman named Ali Wender who worked for the Do Lab. And I had previously attended Lightning in a Bottle in 2015, I believe, and it changed my life. I remember having this completely visceral experience of seeing the sunset in the background, looking at one of these beautiful structures, a man's on top of a band playing the trumpet. And I just had this moment of thinking, I want to be a part of creating something that makes other people feel the way this makes me feel right now.
Yes.
It was just this really distinct moment. And I was fortunate enough to meet Ali, and I picked her brain. I asked her how I could get involved. How do I get into this side of the industry? Because what was missing for me, I think, with television is that sometimes you never see the finished product, right? Sometimes you don't ever really witness the physical manifestation of your work and how it impacts people. And that for me was what was really special about getting involved in music and music festivals. And you know, I had a great chat. I ended up working the first Dirty Bird Camp Out as a volunteer. My last year, which was an amazing journey, because my last time working it, I was helping produce it, and I was the production manager. So it was really amazing to come like full circle on that show. but yeah, I mean, it absolutely, it's been a really beautiful journey. And, and like you mentioned, there are not a lot of people that look like me, especially in the dance music festivals, not on stage and off stage, and behind the scenes. And I started to notice that more and more. I got really caught up in the world early on of just being there and being a part of it. But the more I became embedded in the culture and the community, I started to realize that there really weren't a lot of other Black and brown faces, and I think it's a really interesting thing. And it's really unfortunate because if you look at the roots of where like house and techno come from, it's Black, it's Black and queer. Those were where the roots are. And I wasn't seeing this representation of these folks within, the festivals that I was playing. And so a few of my other colleagues and I really started, talking and brainstorming about how we could bring change. And, was it a matter of trying to change what we were in, or was it, or, were we fighting for a seat at the table, or were we going to create our own? Like, what did it look like? How do we figure out how to enact this change and to bring more representation into these festivals? I was telling Eli the other day, at Dirty Bird East, I remember Marshall Jefferson got out of Artist Transpo and I introduced myself and he said, "You're Tadia?" And he just started laughing. And I wasn't really following. And he said, "I've never in my life worked one of these festivals and seen a Black woman in a position of power or in a management position." And he was just so dumbfounded.
I mean,
that
that's
I
quite
was
a
running
statement
artist
because
relations at
Marshall
this
Jefferson
festival.
is about as OG as it gets,
Right. And so, that was another one of those moments that it was like, wow, it's not just here, because I think he's based in Europe too. So this is obviously a global issue, right? But, it's been definitely a journey of trying to figure out how to enact change, how to push more artists of color, people of color, women of color, folks in the queer community, and get festival bookers and the people that we're working with to actually listen and actually commit to making these changes. I think that it's been really, this past year has really been a blessing and a curse, obviously, but I think that it's really opened up a lot of people's eyes to the things that need to change. People have had the opportunity to really pay attention, right? We're not in our routines. We're not caught up in all the things that we're used to doing day to day. We're actually paying attention to all the things that are happening right now. And I think, I'm super grateful and super honored to have worked on Rave the Vote with you guys. I think that was, definitely a catalyst towards the change that was needed. I think that the representation of the artists on the lineup, the content that we put together and everything was really representative of what we want to see, what I want to see happening more and more within our industry, and unfortunately, as we start to see lineups coming out of this pandemic, it's the same stuff, it's really just, it's kind of a rinse and repeat. And even from lineup to lineup, it's the same names on each lineup. And there's just really not any change happening. And so, I feel very blessed to have started working with an organization called Diversify the Stage. It was founded by Noelle Skaggs from Fits and the Tantrums. And basically that's what our mission is. It's to figure out how to create equitable opportunities or equitable pipelines for, thank you, for Black and brown folk, for BIPOC, LGBTQIA+, women, any of these underrepresented groups within our industry, from the front of house to the back of the house. Because, like we were saying, a lot of people don't know. There's a myriad of jobs and positions and roles that go into production and music festivals and concerts that people just don't know about. So, the first step in that is how can we create educational opportunities for these folks to actually know and understand what the positions are and learn about them and get the experience to actually be able to move forward in the industry, professionally. And so, Diversify the Stage, we have a cohort of 25 young brown and Black women who are going through the program. Some of them are in school, some of them are graduated, but they all fit into different parts of the industry. Some are interested in audio engineering. Some of them are interested in live production or touring, some in management. So, they kind of span across the industry. So we put them through a masterclass series, with Music Forward Foundation we're partnered with, and they go through a masterclass series with industry professionals to learn more about these jobs. And then we pair them up with mentors, most of whom were actual speakers during the masterclass series, and some other industry professionals. And they're going through that mentor program right now. And then the next phase of that is jobs and internships. So we've been looking to our partners to figure out how we can create opportunities for these young women, paid opportunities. The unpaid internship is over. Like, we're not looking for opportunities for people, that's again an issue. I saw a guy on LinkedIn, a young Black man who posted about how he was devastated because he got his dream job, his dream internship, but he couldn't take it because it was unpaid.
Ugh.
And so, he had to turn it down. And so we're just really looking and challenging and asking for accountability, for people to really step up and create opportunities that are equitable, and figure out how to continue to create more opportunities and to get these young folks in places where they need to be, where they can have access. One of the biggest things we're working on right now is an idea writer. It's inclusion, diversity, equity, and access writer. So basically, we're going live with that next month, and we're looking to, agents, promoters, venues, everyone to adapt this writer, to sign on to it and to commit to increasing the way that they're hiring. I think by 30% over the next 5 years is our goal, to get the numbers of BIPOC women and queer community up with each of these respective groups. And we're also looking at how to create more educational opportunities and just continuously just partnering with people throughout the industry. We have a U.S. Concerts Alliance where, we've got folks from WME and CAA and Roadies of Color United, She Is the Music, WIM. We're trying to work with as many people as possible to get this message out there. Because also what's happening too, there's a lot of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that are going on. People are putting this stuff on their websites. People have a statement, but are they really truly embedding it into their culture, beyond just talking about it? So we're really looking to people to, commit and be a part of this and actually enact these changes and not just, be a speaker box for it. And that comes.
Yeah, sorry, it's just I see
No,
that
go
so
ahead.
much in this like social media age of information, like how quickly these things, these buzzwords can become something that everyone, is a label that they want to get behind and a trend that they want to, also affiliate themselves with. But when push comes to shove and it's actually time to show and prove, how do we make sure that people are not only held accountable to what they're claiming to be their, to be their ideology, but how do we see the change?
Absolutely.
It's also like pushing it forward. Like, it's when the police are still murdering Black teenagers in the street, it's like, how do you talk about anything else? It's really hard. It's like, how do you find this balance between moving forward and also continuing to bring these things to the forefront and also embedding it in how you live, right? It's like, and for bigger organizations, embedding it on how you operate. It's a really difficult, confusing time because it's so easy to talk about it.
I don't want to discredit
it's really hard.
What's going on with police brutality at all, but I'm just saying in regards to promoters and nightclubs and festivals and making sure that while they've spent the past 12 months putting all the hashtags up, now we're opening up, let's see it happen. And I get that, like, it might be scary out there after a year of not producing events to do anything that might be considered a risk, which is like anything besides the obvious ticket selling names. I get that. But how about trying, how about making that change? And,
Well, and exactly, and the thing is, to be quite honest, people have been receptive. It's been really great. It's actually been really inspiring to see how many people are willing to make those changes. A couple of the festivals that I've worked with, I've actually had conversations with the producers and they're committed. I've literally said, I'm committed to diversifying this festival. Can you help me? Like, what can we do? And then it's how do we get more people on board for that, right? Because I think that, we're seeing, like you said, we're seeing a lot of these lineups coming out, rinse and repeat, and it's the same stuff. But here's the deal too, is that, like, at least in terms of hiring and, on back of house, is that I think they're saying that a quarter to a third of the workforce is not going to return to the industry. I know, I think like WMG was reporting at least a quarter. And so there are now all these opportunities opening up, right? So it's, yes, Casey, promoters need to put their money where their mouth is. But, there are these, there are these spaces that are going to need to be filled. So, that's why we're trying to focus on education as well. How can we create opportunity for folks to learn about these jobs and learn how to do them? So we're looking, we're doing a call to artists to create shadowing opportunities. Like, Noelle Fits in the Tantrums did a one-off the other day, And we had one of our students come in and run the audio with the audio engineer and kind of sit there and learn from him. So we're really looking
we
at
need a producer.
right?
Schmoozing the Soul Cloud. Come get us. Come get at us.
Okay, here for it.
We're hiring.
But yeah, just trying to figure out what all those opportunities are. And in terms of booking, as well, it really is. That is definitely a tricky space because it's I think that the talent buyers and the people that are booking are kind of they're sort of these institutional positions that they don't the people that are doing it don't shift. They don't really change. These people kind of hold on to those jobs, and so I think that's our next avenue is like how do we targeting all of these talent buyers and figuring out how we talk to them. And one of my biggest things is creating resources, in terms of the booking, in terms of like the hiring, is that we're providing people with information. We're like, here's a list of people with databases that you can go to that have folks of color or women, or people from the queer community that you can hire. With some of the festivals I'm working at, I've created lists, of artists with links to shows, and saying these are people that you need to be booking on your festivals. Because that's the thing I'm finding. I've talked to a few people that didn't even realize they realized that they weren't even listening to new music. And I'm like, how are you booking a festival when you're not even listening to new music? So, that also challenged me, but it also challenged me too. And I realized that because we have the artists that we know and we love, right? And we listen to them over and over again. I'm definitely guilty of that. But it was also a challenge for me to go out and really dig deep into every single genre that I could and find new artists and find people to put out there. I've seen a lot of artists come into their own during this time.
Yeah, no, as a DJ, as a label owner, this is it's a constant practice, that you have to do. And I think a lot of DJs fall into this too. They just labels they like, artists they like, genre they like, and then they're in there. And it happens a lot. And, as the music is sub-genreified so much, it's very easy just to get into your little space and not be paying attention to other things that are going on. But also I think it's a wider value, this wider idea of shifting values in from the people who are going to festivals and listening to the music is how do we do that? Both related to inclusion, but also climate, right? We want people to value lineups that are diverse. We want people to value lineups that are local and that are focusing on artists that are closer to home, not expecting to have an international DJ playing every party every weekend. And the festival will be stacked with all DJs that have to get on airplanes to get to that festival. And I think that can open up a lot more opportunities to artists that maybe haven't had access to the same global networks as well.
Right. Well, especially when you're looking at what's going on in South Africa right now. There's so much amazing music coming out of there. And there's sort of this hybrid of dance music and African music. That's kind of this fusion that's happening there. Black Coffee is definitely pushing that forward a lot. But there's so many different there's all these, like you said, subgenres and different communities that are making dance music. I was talking to Eli about how I just watched Dark City Beneath the Beat, which is it's a documentary on Netflix, which is all about Baltimore Club. And you listen to Baltimore Club, I'm like, why is Baltimore Club not at these dance music festivals? This is music that people would be dancing to. Oh yeah, let's do it.
I want to play this. Yeah, I want to play this this trailer for this movie so we can all go watch it soon.
Crazy. People die young here. People get misguided very fast too.
I done seen a whole lot walking on these sidewalks. I done seen a whole lot walking on these sidewalks. I done seen a whole lot walking on these sidewalks. Walking on these sidewalks. Dope fiends online, waiting on that crack pipe. Who gonna save them from hard times and dark nights? 5-0s and POs, they only bring you strife. I'm just trying to blow my trio, just let me get my life.
Baltimore club music, it's like a rush, raw, energy. It's everything, it's emotion. In Baltimore, you have to fight for respect. We dance in the streets because we don't have anywhere else to go now.
Dope.
Chills. I mean, it's fantastic. I recommend everybody go out and watch it. I think it's like an hour and 5 minutes. It's not super long. I wished that it was longer, to be quite honest. But it really is just this beautiful account of, and it's beautiful and sad at the same time, because this is how these kids are staying out of the streets, out of crime. You know, Baltimore, as I'm sure most folks know, is a very, I mean, they're high up there. You know, as far as crime rate in the country. And these folks have started this dance community and this Baltimore club community in order to stay safe and to stay focused and to have something to focus on, to keep them out of the gangs, and out of drugs and out of all the craziness. And there's a beautiful story, I think, that you find, especially in Black communities, that comes up around the safety that music provides and that dance provides, and how it really is rooted in something so much deeper than just a party, or having a good time. And I want us to be telling these stories and sharing these stories, and promoting and celebrating these artists that are out there doing this work and creating these communities. I think that, how do we deepen and evolve our industry to represent not just a good time, but also awareness, and attention.
Yeah, I'm glad that you touched on that, because I think that's sort of going back to your experience that you were mentioning at Lighting on the in a Bottle. That was like such a shift for you that inspired you in a way to where what you've achieved today. That came from being in an environment where you recognize the artistry, the culture, and the value that it brought to you, and the way that fostered inspiration. So like, while yes, these parties are moments of release and escapism and having a good time with your friends and meeting people and these communal experiences, they also can be these deeply meaningful and shaping experiences, especially for younger people.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're able to go and have those experiences, and the music and the artist that you're receiving those vibrations from is as invested in creating those kinds of experiences, then that's like a recipe for all kinds of wonderful magic.
Well, yeah, I mean, I absolutely think that obviously everybody needs to escape. Everybody has those moments, and we love those moments where we can just kind of forget about the world outside of us. But I think that it's also really important to create these opportunities for connection and education, around it. And I think that's what was one of the amazing things about Raise the Vote. I feel like people were able to see where the culture came from. And I don't think a lot of people knew or know that about house and techno music. It's not, I mean, I feel like it should be common knowledge, but it's definitely not. I don't think people realize where the roots of those genres actually lie. And so, how can we, while entertaining and celebrating, also educate and inform people about, the history of things? Because, music has historically been something that has told stories and has been, oh, is that me?
Nope.
No, sorry. I was
okay. Sorry. How can we continue to tell stories, through music, and really celebrate those experiences and the safe haven, honestly, that music truly is? Because that's what it is for me. That's what it's always been. It's been a safe space where I can go to connect deeper to myself, to the music, and to other people. And I don't know if I actually grew up in Southern and Central Africa, so my first experiences with music rooted in that. The first musical experience I can remember was hearing Hugh Masekela play his trumpet, playing the song Stimela. And he was a good family friend, and I remember, yeah, I think it was at my birthday party, and he played this song.
Your birthday party?
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
And I think it was like my fourth or fifth birthday party, and I just was entranced the whole time. Because what was so beautiful, though, is that I don't think I really truly had an understanding, obviously, at that age, of what that song was about. But it evoked emotion in me, even as a child, so much that I remember that, right? There was a story that was being told simply by a trumpet. There were no lyrics, there was no anything. And I think that that is, you know, for me personally, is where I connect the deepest and I feel the freest, is when music touches my soul. And so, and I think that that's often through the stories that are told. So I think giving people who are storytellers in the music space the opportunity to share their stories and their own experiences of joy and freedom is so important. And I think that is the story of many, you know, BIPOC and queer artists, you know, and I mean, all artists, but I think that there's stories, untold stories that need to be shared through these music. And I think we need to be able to create the spaces for those stories to come to life.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, to connect back to this idea and also the better inclusion in bookings, it's like there's a lot of these genres like Baltimore Club, you know, like Go-Go in DC, you know, that are Black genres that have stayed completely regional because of the lack of opportunities for these artists to get booked in the bigger scenes. I mean, Jersey Club is something as well, or like Juke and Footwork in Chicago. And like, even if you look at house and techno, like the real communities, the real scenes in New York, in Chicago, and Detroit are Black.
And so,
you know, you can go and see, like, you know, 50, 60-year-olds going and dancing to house and techno.
100%. Well, that's
one of
one of the
parties.
Well, that's like, you know, one of the beautiful things about when I was working with Marcus at Deep, is that you see that, right? You know, you're getting everything from like 18-year-olds up to like 60, 70-year-olds. There's this one dude that is for sure in like his like 70s that is there every single time there is a Deep, you know, older brother who's just out there, and and I think I can imagine, like, I look at him and I'm inspired by how he's experiencing it, you know, and I think there are these communities and these pockets that, people don't know about. And so that's the idea, right? How do we do this digging? How do we find these communities and give them the opportunities, you know, to really play these stages?
Marcus is really incredible too, because he's really like bridged the gap in a way. I remember going to Deep because I went to college in the Claremont colleges, 99 to 2003. So I was out in LA, and we'd go to Deep when it was at the Vanguard. Was that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. And you'd get like the, you know, Los Angeles Black house scene, but then you'd also get
everywhere.
And maybe that's just like Los Angeles, you know, it's just diverse in that way. Versus like, you know, something that, you know, maybe where Eli and I always love to go to Louis stuff, Louis and Kevin Hedges thing at Roots. But I think that's always been a little bit more older Black and brown or Black and Latino crowd, right?
Yeah.
Would you say?
Well, then
Eli?
I think in New York was
we were the ones that stuck out there, basically.
Yeah, no, in New York, it's. I mean, but then if you go to the Loft or you go to Body and Soul, it's much more diverse. You know, that was a specific. Like, you know, New York has it too, for sure. Like Body and Soul, I think embodied that. And continues to embody that. Everybody from all the different scenes who love house music coming together to dance. And I think, you know, you have this in many cities, but often I don't think you have this in many cities. I think it's a very unique thing to have multicultural, multi-generational parties, and you know, it's a very special thing with house music that when you find it or when it exists, it is one of the most powerful experiences to go as a dancer to
for sure, especially when you get some real OGs at the helm musically and promotion production wise. You know, even in you know, in New York we have like the famous lighting technician that's like been going around for Ariel is his name.
Ariel.
And he was what's his lineage? He was the Loft guy, or he was the
I don't think he was quite back to Paradise Garage. He was like, that late 80s started working. I think like he was at the Shelter from the beginning.
And you think like the lighting, you'd think like the lighting guy who's like, oh yeah, whatever, he's working lighting. No, this guy is like magic. He's figured it out. His shit is scientific, and it's, you know, the difference is palpable when this guy's working the lights.
Wow.
You're like, what the heck is going on with this experience? So dope. Shout out Ariel, man. Wow.
But yeah, I mean, these communities are there, you know, and I mean, often they don't necessarily want to be, you know, showcased in the same way, or
that's very true.
Know. But often maybe they just have not had the chance, you know, and the DJs playing at these parties are just as good, if not better, than any of these New Jacks
For
kids.
sure better.
Right.
For sure better. But like at some point, to keep the thing going, you're gonna have to have a younger generation. It's gonna come along. Maybe it's the me and Eli's, and now we're not even the young generation. It's gonna be the next folks coming through, So how do you educate the younger generation? And I think we were benefited from the 90s rave scene, which was rather diverse,
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely was, and I think but it's interesting too, because I mean, in a sense, it's sort of a weird form of appropriation, right? Where with people, it's sort of the music and these genres have not, and not to say that everybody shouldn't be able to play it. We all feel it and we love it, but the appropriation has come in terms of the booking, right? Where now it's moved out of this diverse, and you're just kind of really honestly seeing consistently white men playing house and techno on lineups. You're not really seeing much more beyond that. The occasional woman will be on a lineup, here and
maybe
there.
you're not
but
coming to our parties though.
Right. But
No,
you know what I mean? When you're
this
looking
is
at these
something we've been
lineups, yeah.
very actively, putting energy into with our House of E-Funk showcases, which is all about, bringing that, diverse, OG rave lineups, whether that's Detroit, the roots of Chicago and Detroit, or the older rave DJs. I mean, across the board. Yeah. So that what you're saying.
I know y'all
totally
do.
spot on.
I'm
Totally.
definitely not referring to y'all. I'm just
No.
saying,
I'm
but
just saying
yeah.
you're totally spot on. You're totally spot on.
I think, I think it's hard, but like when the whole kind of like last 10 years of the industry, when it became a big money making machine, were built off these white DJs.
Right.
It's like when the money finally came, when the recognition finally came,
those were the folks that were making the money off of it, as opposed to
everybody turned their backs on the people who had been put in the work that allowed this whole thing to be built over the last 10 years.
I think also like the prevalence of the European DJs, because while there's definitely some exceptions to the rule, like Steve Rachmad, or like some other, there's a handful of big European DJs, I don't know where his, of African descent, I suppose, but like when you're talking about the Ame Dixons, Solomons, etc., these guys,
Yeah, but I think looking beyond, like, then you also have dubstep, and then you also have like bass music, and then you also have tech house now, and like all that. It's a pretty globally diverse, like from diverse places at this point, where DJs have blown up, from Holland to Australia to everywhere in between, and yet they're all white who are headlining these festivals.
Well, and it's I actually had an interesting conversation with a friend last night. He's also a DJ, about what do you do? Like, how do you, as an artist, how can you affect this change, right? And one of the things he said that he's been doing, and people try to get ready to ask him to play, is he asks, are there any people of color or women on this lineup as well? Who else is playing this festival before he agrees to, to sign on to it? And I was like, wow, and I never thought of it. I think that's definitely a really interesting approach, because it creates accountability and, involvement on the side of the artist, as opposed to like finally, getting the lineup and seeing it and being like, oh shit, like.
I'm with that.
So I think
we just ran into that. I mean, anonymous DJ at anonymous party was like, nah, I'm not, make sure that there's queer artists on the lineup, or I'm not playing, basically. Right. And I'm like, that's ballsy and awesome.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
I mean, maybe that's what there's so many different, there's many different things I'm sure we could do, but I think that's definitely a dope power play,
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I think
that was coming from the agent's end, but to see it coming from the artists, I just have a tremendous respect for that.
Right. And that's one of the things we're doing. We're actually reaching out to a few different people right now. And we're trying to get, some artists behind our idea writer with Diversify the Stage, because, it's coming from the artists. It's like, I'm not going to play your festival if you're not meeting these metrics, And we're trying to, kind of go, we're looking at some of the heavyweights, because if we can get in that, like that upper tier, and they're saying that, then it'll, we'll be able to trickle down, and it will have the same impact coming from artists that maybe aren't, your Lizzos or your whatever, So I think, we just have to hit it from every angle wherever we can. I think it's everybody's responsibility ultimately to do what they can and do their part if they are invested in making these changes.
Yeah, I think so much of it is becoming active, and this like goes with the climate stuff too. It's just taking the time to educate yourself and be like conscious about how your behavior is impacting the community and the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very easy just to be like, well, I care about this, but there's nothing I can do. But that's not
right.
Like, that's just not what it is. Just posting about it on social media, it's like you have to do that, and then you have to be like, okay, so what can I do now? And it takes time and it takes work, but that's like part of it, right? That's part of like dealing with privilege as a white artist, one, but also like just generally, anybody wanting to change something, it takes that active participation and that active research and that active planning, right? That planning part of it, not just being like, oh, I say the lineup now, and now what are we going to do? And like, look, this has happened to us, continues to happen.
Right.
But like, when you can take a step back and be like, and this is why this moment is so powerful, to be intentional about how we come out of this and do things differently. And people who care about this and are thinking about these different things to actually do things differently.
Yep.
100%. I mean, we talk and talk and talk and talk, and people talk and talk and talk about things, but where is the action? And that's really what we're working towards right now is action items. Like, how can we, actually create and enact change within this industry? Because it's time. I mean, especially when you look at how much of this industry is, all the folks, in hip hop and pop and R&B and all this stuff that are, on your top line, like it's almost an exploitation, right? Like we can dance for you, we can sing for you, but can we not work for you? Like how do we create, visibility and access and opportunity in all parts of this industry, beyond just performance space or being, the biggest hip hop star or whatever it is. Like, you need to see it throughout. I was talking to someone recently, and I think it was an unnamed festival, but was a black festival. But I found out that even though it's a Black Magazines festival, the entire production team is white.
What?
And that was crazy to me. I was like, how does that even work? And how are you able to honestly create for Black folks if you don't have any of that experience, or even anyone that has any of the experience? It's just kind of really being, really honoring what something is, knowing about it, employing the people that can push that forward, and creating space for them. I think that, it is. It's odd to think, but in most shows that I work, I am the token. But I've also been in the same space where I've had to hire and had issues finding people to hire that were BIPOC, if you will, because there aren't that many that have had access potentially to this industry. So that's where the education piece comes in, and creating curriculum and going into schools and letting people know that these jobs exist. And, furthermore, just opening doors and paying people what they're worth and making it accessible, doing everything we can to create these pipelines to opportunity, because I feel like they don't exist right now.
Well, you're creating them.
I'm working on it.
They do now. They exist now.
They exist now, and I'd be remiss if I don't. I mean, the work that Noelle has been doing by putting together this organization has been absolutely incredible. And, and being a part of, projects like Rave the Vote, and recently, Every Woman, it's been really inspiring to see the folks that I love to work with and whose music I love, and in this community actually doing the work. And it's, I cannot tell you, my little sister, she works in diversity and inclusion for Google. And when she saw the Rave the Vote stuff, she was like, wow. She was like, it's so beautiful to see people creating and doing and actually creating activism within a space that you love and that you're a part of. And that's music, and just really kind of coupling, the things that we love that entertain us with the things that are important to us and how we enact change. an opportunity. And so I feel super grateful to have that really have been honestly the catalyst. Raise the Vote was one of the catalysts for me diving deeper into this work and really committing to it across the board. So thank you for that opportunity.
We're super grateful to have had you as part of the team and to continue now on this journey of trying to turn our conversations into action. Because it is, we're all going to have to work on it together every day. So it's inspiring that you're doing it now on this level, and we can now start learning from what you're doing with your organization. So
thank you so much.
Thanks, Tadia.
Thank you, Tadia.
Thank you. It's been great to be here.
Bro, please send those drum and bass songs.
Yo, right?
I got to feel like you got some serious pipes, and if you know how to sing that stuff, we got to talk. We got to talk. We're trying to bring those vocal stylings back to contemporary dance music. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I love it. Let's chat. I'll see if I can find them. I'll send them your way.
Yo.
Thanks, Tadia.
Thanks so much, guys.
Peace. Dope. What a great show.
Yes.
So cool.
This was great. It was great to it's always, I love talking to all our DJ friends, meeting new musicians, all these things. It's always fun, but I do really get so inspired by talking to folks behind the scenes or, working on things without the fanfare, without the exposure, just doing it because they believe in it. And it's so inspiring to have people like Tadia on the show.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I really look forward to continuing to do this work as we come back to life on the dance floor, real life on the dance floor, not just live streams. Like I really, it's an exciting time, and that's what World Transformation Force is all about. It's really, we're very lucky to have had this music coming out at this moment. And to have all these amazing people with us on this journey, including you, chat room. We love you, chat room.
Love you, chat.
We are about to move this party over to the Soul Clap Music Twitch for a special performance by Greg Paulus. He's on our album, on Manners, Mood, and Attitude. He's also a longtime friend and collaborator. And yeah, let's I think keep this release party moving over to the music. We're going to run our vinyl thoughts here, and then we're going to raid over to our Soul Clap Music channel. We do have some bittersweet news, or I guess it's kind of exciting. We're going to next week is going to be our last episode of Schmoozing for the summer. We're going to take the summer off to regroup.
Going on vacation, y'all.
Going on vacation. Plan for coming back in the fall with big tings.
Bigger tings.
Big ting-a-guan.
Leo's expressing himself with pickle emotes. We appreciate that, Leo.
Yeah, it's been great rocking the show for almost a year with all y'all. And next week I think we have A-Track and Catch Dubs from Fool's Gold Records. And I think we're trying to get Morgan Wiley as well, who just keeps coming up.
Oh yeah.
And so yeah, we're gonna run our Vinyl Thoughts, which is an Earth Day related track. Charlie, tell us a little bit about it.
I sure will. There are some records in electronic music that just scream Earth Day. This is one of them. There was a project back in the 90s called Deep Forest, where it was one of the earlier forays of bringing indigenous voices into electronic music. And this was like a really successful project. It was sort of a crossover thing, bringing electronic music into the mainstream in a way. So got it on wax. The artist is Deep Forest. The song is Sweet Lullaby, and I'm gonna pull it up. See y'all
back in the house
soon. See y'all.
Yeah, we're gonna head over to Greg Paulus, then
somewhere else.
Then XL Middleton, and then A-Track on the Soul Clap Music Twitch, and then at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we're gonna be playing along with Rich Medina and Life on Planet. So we'll see you in the chat room, everybody.